Good evening. It's Saturday today. Um, Today I am determined to get to inch number 14, preferably without discovering some monumental mistake from the last couple of days, because we seem to have formed a bit of a habit. Um, as I've said many times before, it is really bizarre that something that is technically very repetitive and arguably quite simple, how many mistakes you can make while trying not to. Um, as I said, I if you've ever done martial arts where sensei will stand out the front of the class and he'll say, do this, strike this, kick this, block, whatever it is, some form of combination, and he'll be happily doing them away, and he'll kind of start off slow for the beginners and then speed up a bit and then speed up a bit and speed up a bit. And suddenly your brain just goes, I'm sorry, what? And now you can't do it. And you're like, I've just done 100 of these. How can I not be doing it? And I do feel that to an extent, lace making kind of is having the same effect on my head. In that, happy doing. I'm sorry, you expect me to do what now? I do hope that is all that is going wrong with my brain cells. So when we left, we have this motif to do, and this, I believe, is the 14-inch marker. So if we can get down to the top of the next motif, we will roughly have made it. So we have a layer of dots to achieve, so we're going to pick on those first, because that's the obvious thing to do, because then we can do the motif, and then we can, get moving, really. I was going to say I didn't know, right. In the back of my mind, I still am very much concerned that I didn't wind enough thread on, and we're only 14 inches in, for goodness sake. You really would think it would be enough. I did like 4 meters or whatever. You would think that's enough to make just under a metre of lace, but it can be up to 6. Now I don't mind if a few of them wear out, because obviously, for example, there is a pair that kind of weaves its way down through the spider. So for them, I do expect them to wear out quicker than the others, potentially. But they're also going arguably in a more straight route, because the path of all the other bobbins is a 45-degree bounce ish, right? So with that in mind, there is this little bit of you that kind of goes, but still 4 meters still sounds plenty, because they've all got to do it. It's not like only one pair's doing it. You may hear in the background my fan, but I'm still wearing my jumper. The jumper stops the fly annoying my skin. But it's also quite warm in here, so it's kind of catch-22. It's a bit warm for jumper, but it stops the flies. So, or the fly, I think it's only the one at the moment. I haven't seen him for a bit, but if I take my jumper off like I really want, he comes along and kind of goes constantly, which I'm going to do. I'm going to take jumper off because it really is a bit warm. But if he comes along and annoys me too much, I will have to put it back on. Swap t-shirt out a bit. There we go. Right. That's you. Still suffering from the I'm going to slide down the bobbin things. Don't quite know what to do about that because it doesn't seem to matter how I wind them, but it also seems to be where it picks up the most. Oh, I'm going to call it grime, but it's not grime, it's the colour of the bobbin, because of course it hasn't been worn off by being used. So there are some incredibly grey threads, which again I don't want to think about in case the colour doesn't want to come out later. I mean, judging by the experiments we did, knowing that some of them were very grey, it does come out, but they looked brown before. I'm not quite sure how they were brown. It's not colour coming off theirs. Sit under there. Yeah, dropped a pin. It's not like I haven't got 20,000 more. It's probably not far off the truth, if not more. Not. He might be actually. It's not you two. It's not you. What we do have is it is you. So you go back on. This one is very relaxed in terms of elastication. What I really need is to work out how I can put like a not a clamp on this end, but how I can make some form of clip. If you've ever seen, I haven't got one, but you get like the little triangle kind of biter hooks that kind of have metal wire bent in that go round so that you can hang them off things. That's almost what this needs, because this would hold quite a few. I mean, let's have a quick count as to how many it hold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, So you see, that's the amount so far, and then it would easily add a bunch more, and it could hold all of those, and probably another pair. The only downside, unlike these, is that you can't pull out a pair from this end. It's the only thing that's a little annoying with these. Oh, and I'm trying to stretch my... You might see that there's a big gap between here. Trying to stretch them slightly. She said that they should release with age. She's prepared to send me a couple more, but it feels a bit bad because, I mean, they were 15 quid. So, in short, it seems a good idea to try and stretch them. And then, if they don't want to stretch, go back to her and say, well, I tried to stretch them. 1, 2, 3, 4. But they didn't really want... Yeah, please, could you send some new ones? Because, you know, clearly these are almost impossible to use. So, yeah, I'm going to try that. And as I say, I feel really bad because, I mean, there's no way it cost her 15 quid to make. But I do know that she hand finishes them, so she 3D prints them. Because you can see, so for example, on this blue one, everything is perfectly smooth. On this pink one, on this side, you can see there's like a bowing here at the edge and a bit of a gap and all sorts. So you can see it's not quite 100%. The black one here has still got, it's quite rough on the sides, which I actually quite like as well. So I kind of, and this is the one I seem to like the most, so, which is a bit weird. Right, let's grab the top 3 there, and we need you lot. 1, 2, 3, put you to one side. You off to one side as well. Space. There is a really beautiful thing Let's see if I can find the picture. There's a lady doing a large piece of work, and I've commented on a couple of times because it truly is beautiful. No, it's not that one. Why is it whenever you click on something, everything, all you get is so-and-so's mentioned you in a comment, and you think, oh, maybe that's her responding. You click on it and it's a freaking video. And it's kind of like, no, it's not what I wanted. because it's not like it goes, in your response in this group, it just kind of goes, so-and-so replied to your comment. Is that it? No. See, that's ages ago. Yeah, I know she responded to me. In this group. There it is. So again, apologise in advance for the boomer style. But if you look at what she's making, that is very beautifully done, but it requires very few bobbins. Like probably 8. And it's huge, by the way. It is as big as it looks. In that it is about 1 metre long and about 60 centimetres wide. And there is a bit of me that would very dearly love that pattern. And she goes, it's on this website, and she told me this before. And I looked for it. I mean, here's another picture of part of it. So you can see there, if I, you know, assuming it's in focus, I can't tell. Assuming it is, it looks like it is. She commented that it's on this particular lady's website. Yeah, it's 1 metre wide and 50 centimetres tall. So it'd be almost perfect for my front neck curtain. And she goes, the pattern is of this lady. And I've had a look around that website and I could not find that. Now, I'm pretty sure that's actually oval, not square. But she's the same artist has almost like modular patterns. So there's like bits you can add to the outside as an edging if you want it to be wider and stuff like that. And she's actually got kind of like, I don't know, let's call them corner pieces. And so I've got a feeling the reason I can't find that pattern is because this lady has bought some of the more modular pieces and put them together, which is fine as long as you tell me, because I think if I could do that with the corner pieces, that would work up pretty nice, and it is also kind of interesting. But it's the kind of thing that, because you only have a handful of bobbins, you can do, I wouldn't say with a lot less thought, because that's not the case, but well, you don't need, like, you know, complication, right? But you work on it kind of in one piece, but you kind of work anti-clockwise or clockwise around it, choice is yours. But you're only ever really working 8 bobbins. And well, that's kind of manageable. Really, 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 really is. So I really kind of want to have a go. As we all know, I'm easily distracted. But especially now I've got a stand for my bolster pillow. Hello, Rory. Why is it that the moment I try and do anything, there's a Rory dog who wants in? Oh, no. mostly a good boy. You are, yes. Yes, you are. You are a good boy. You is. Yes. You lazy down. There. Yes, good boy. Can't really do this one-handed. Well, I suppose I could. I'm going to have to try, aren't I? Because you've got that hand and you're licking it. You are licking it, my man. You are. I really can't do that with one hand. I mean, in theory I could, but it would take ages and I'd get confused because I'm not used to doing it with one hand. And I've not really tried. No. I need two. I do. I do. But you're beautiful. You are. He knows that something's not quite right with me. Now, there's nothing medically, I'm not dying or anything. But he knows I'm not feeling myself. And so he's keeping a good eye on me. That's your paw. Get it off the table. Your sister's just an annoying crackhead, but he is trying to be, as Rory Williams inevitably would be, a nurse. And he does adopt that role very well when you're not well. But you get annoying. As we all know, over helpfulness can be very annoying. Yes, I'm here, I'm okay. Yes, Amy, you do not need to help either. I'm being hugged to death. I am. You're both beautifuls. Yes, both of you. Fair's fair. Everybody gets kisses. Yes, you're a good boy. Oh, you settle down now. Oh. You can't have a hug for every stitch and pin that I do. No, you can't. I know you want to. And you do deserve love. You do. Yes. Oh, what a yawn. You choked on your own yawn. What that's really a kid. That's the Kimber in you, isn't it? Yes. You managed to choke on your own yawn. And who says that we're not biologically related? If you needed proof, that would certainly be a good proof. Rory, there really isn't room for you here. Little man. He's literally just here. Oh, you're a good boy, but I don't want to be lickhead. No, I don't. I want to do this. I've sat around for like, I don't know, 16 hours today? And you pretty much ignored me all day. By 4 o'clock when you annoyed the crap out of me for an hour. I'm so glad you're comfortable, my man. Can you not push the cushion off the table? As you can tell by this short nose interlude that's here, this little man is trying to help, but he's not helping. Oh no, that's your collar. I thought it was a pair of scissors for a minute. Stop trying to stab yourself with. Rory, you're not helping. You're really, really not. can sit there, that's okay. I can sort of work around you, although I don't know if I can reach the pins very well. Idiot there. But, like, you know, don't look at me like I've, you know, stolen all the bonios. No, you can't have my drink either. You've got your own. You have got your own. I know, because I filled it. Yes, I did, just before we started, to make sure that all your Doggety needs were taken care of. I did. And the door's open should you need, and you had dinner, and well, we both had dinner, and you've had Huggies. Yes, you have. All your Doggety needs are technically met. Mm. All your Doggety needs have been met. If I could hypnotise you, that's what I would be telling you. All your Doggety needs have been met. Let's rub your ear, because you like your ear rubs, don't you? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I know you do. Because you're mine. And I know your weaknesses. I do. And your sister's coming in because she feels like she's missing out. Dogs, this is not a stream about how to hug your dog. No. Because really, any hug is a good hug in a dog's view. Yes. Yes, I know it is. I've been streaming half an hour and so far I've made next to no progress because there is dog. Yes. Come on, enough now. Oh, off you go. So I guess what we could do with to cheer me up and cheer us on our merry way is some music. Let's change the music because, well, that feels like a good idea. So let's hide that, show that, do that, click that, and let's do that one. And I promise not to try and sing. Well, I probably fail because I enjoy some of these. too long. this back up a bit. Before I forget I can't reach it. Oops. Jogged my own table badly then. see if I can move it down a little bit. There you go. Still can't quite see. Hang on, let me move the table a little bit. It's got my foot on it, no wonder it won't move. Hang on. There we go. You can see. And then I can push this back slightly and make it, won't make the table any more stable, but I can, there. It's roughly back where it was, but you can now see where we're working better. There you go. I do apologise for how wobbly this table is. believe me, I'm very aware how wobbly it is, because just here, offside, is my fly thing. And, well, it doesn't take much because it's very top heavy and it has a very small, light base on it to make it wobble like the worst thing you've ever seen. And, well, it's right in the corner of my eye, so I can hardly ignore it. So all I see is it going, ning, ning. It's almost like one of those wavy men blowing machines, you know, where they've got like the really long sock with a blower at the bottom and it kind of flails around. It's kind of like one of them, to be honest, only it's made of rigid stuff. So it shouldn't be as bad, but it is, so... And seriously, that... It's on a solid base. The base isn't moving. Because I can put my foot on it. The base itself isn't moving. But it's also not loose. I will check again later. Maybe after stream. But it wasn't last time I checked. She's just putting a hand underneath. They're all flush. I mean, there aren't that many screws holding it down. We'll grant you that. But all the screws seem to be kind of flush. So. Just quickly looking to see where the... if I've got the appropriate Allen key floating around. Because it does seem worse than usual, if that's actually possible. Enough places to put. So yeah, bear with me a sec while I have a quick rummage to see if I can see the Allen key on here, because it should be on here. But my table has many things on it, and trying to spot the thing is not always as easy as it should be, because, well, there's many things and they all like to hide, such as I do not see a single Allen key, which is a little bit worrying because they were here. No, there goes the Vichy, because I touched the cable. I mean, I told you it's kind of easily knocked over. I touched the cable. It's weird. The Allen key should be here. How weird. Don't see it at all. I heard you burp then. Thanks, Doug. There should be an Allen key here. Yes, I can see you, little one. But you're not helping. No. Dog's not helping. I have absolutely no idea where that's gone. I swear it was on here yesterday. But now I want it, it's disappeared. Did I put it in my box somehow? Because I have my little box of bits. Let me just quickly look in my box of bits. Because if I find it, it would be very useful. Because there is a lot of weird things in here. See, that shouldn't be in here. That's midnight. Because my fan's cut out. No, it definitely doesn't seem to be in there. Yeah, it's definitely not in there. Put some of these in here because that's a wise idea before I lose them and they disappear into oblivion. So where's that gone? I didn't see that either, because I have two brass things and only one of them is here, suggesting it is two. Found a path to freedom. I think I can see the other brass one. Yes, there it is. That's good. Quick look over here, because maybe I did miss it. No, definitely not. Nope, definitely not there. How weird. I get this in this house a lot. Normally I lose it because I was looking for something else and so I move all the things that I'm not looking for and forget that I've moved them. But normally I don't move them beyond somewhere else on this table. And given that it's not exactly the biggest table, it shouldn't really be easy to lose things. Well, I'm pretty sure these are Allen Klim. Let me turn the light on here a sec. They're definitely Allen key ones. It says looking on the floor in case the dog did the tail thing, because you know that's a thing after all. And I can't see past me boobage because I'm sitting on my chair. I don't see it. Weird. Let me quickly look over here. I didn't put anything over here. I must be losing my marbles. I know I don't have many, but absolutely must be losing my marbles. The reason I think I must be moving my marbles is, well, I know I saw it. And it's not like something I'd chuck out. I mean, I know I've got Allen keys somewhere, but I wish you'd stop licking things, dog, because I get to pick something up and it's wet, which is distinctly unpleasant when you're looking for things. Don't even see my adjustables, my screwdriver set. It's not where I was expecting it either. But again, sometimes that is dog related. Not because they've stolen it, just because they've moved things, knocked things over, and I haven't dug it out again. Fine, we won't be fixing or checking the table today. Now I've got something under my foot. Anyway, let's go back to making lace. Let's do the fun bit. But it is really wobbly and it's kind of doing my head in. And I can't put my knees up to kind of prop it up either. See if that helps a little. Doubt it. I'd kind of re-centralised it a bit. No, it doesn't really help a lot, does it? I mean, seriously, putting one finger on it makes it wobble this much. You can imagine how wobbly it is. But I don't know where it's gone. It's very strange. It's not like there's actually many places it could have gone, you know? Get some more Coke in a second. Running low on the old juice. So this should be the 13-inch mark. give it a break. Stop wobbling so much. I can't. It's really hard to concentrate when it wobbles this much. I don't know what to do. Because there's nothing I can put. It's not low enough that I can put my knee up to brace it. It's too high. I kind of need my fist underneath to do that. But then if I do that, I've only got one hand. And it's amazing how just picking up these bobbins and moving them around sets off the wobble of the stupid fly trap thing, which is, you know, kind of not doing its business. Is it charging? Yes. Gonna have to change back to the other table on it, even though that kept annoying me too, because it kept sliding because it's got an adjustable top. And it had an annoying foot thing that was in my way and a bit that dug in my knee, and at least it didn't wobble. So I don't know which is worse. Hey Nut Kisser, good to see you. How are you? This table's doing my head in. It's doing its super wobbly itis, and now I can't find the Allen key to fix it. Because it was on the table. Ain't now. But I can't, it's not on the floor, round the table, so it's not just fallen off. I obviously moved it at some point, but I wouldn't have taken it off the table. Yeah. I understand that. I understand that absolutely. I mean, pretty much every time we picked up the stream, I was fixing, well, have a big hug from me, because I know how stressful it is. I mean, every time I've picked this up over the last few days, we've rolled back half of what we did the day before to fix a mistake of fairly monumental standard. So, I understand. because as you can tell just by moving the bobbins, the whole table gets into a kind of a sympathetic wave, which causes the racket over here that I have for zappeting of bugs to really get into a swing because it's so top heavy. And it's already taken a dive today, so it's now having a moody because it was cheap, and well, even though it spends most of its day plugged in, it wasn't actually charged. So, but it's hard to tell with the light on because you can't see the blue light that should be there. I'm just really annoyed because otherwise I'd like be right back on and tighten all of the bolts, but I can't because I need an Allen key. And while I have an entire Allen key set somewhere and an adjustable screwdriver set somewhere, the screwdriver set isn't where I thought it was, which likely means the Allen key set won't be where I thought it was because Murphy's Law applies. And so I can't necessarily just go and get it. It's just really annoying because I know it was here. But Nat Kisser, please don't cry. We love you too much for that. Even though most of us who do crafting fully understand that it can bring the worst out in all of us. It's a bit like computers and driving. If you do not swear and you do crafting, then you're not crafting. It's not a thing. Now, it doesn't matter what your crafting is. Your crafting could be programming, it could be drawing, it could be many things, but if you are not creative and you do not swear, then you have not been creating, frankly. See, this piece of paper is not straight. It's now tilting at a bit of an angle this way. I don't entirely know why. Because originally I thought it was a little bit that way. Woohoo! Wow. Well, go you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, if it's any consolation, I know they're not granny squares, but it's kind of a similar principle. I haven't exactly done much of my hexagon thing here. So, it's not like that's been growing either. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But I have been playing Monsters and Memories a bit, so... puppet's going to sleep. Snakes are good at that. Never personally I wanted to own one, but I knew someone who did. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And as you say, you feed them and then they have a good snooze for a few days, so, you know, from that point of view, they're kind of easy. Yeah, I mean, the more you like anything, the more fancy and complicated you get, the more fancy and complicated you get, really. But it seems simple enough, you know. Throw mice, dead mice in every few days, week, whatever. The only problem I had was the dead mice, because I like mice. I'd rather have kept the mice, yeah. It's alright. It's alright, puppy pups. Don't know what that was about. It's alright, puppy pups. You're doing your job, looking after the house. Well done. I didn't hear it though. Did someone move outside? Did they? Okay. Yes. Growl. You do your big boy act. Yes. Do not be barking in the garden. Okay? You can go out in the garden, but do not be barking and waking up the neighbours. Yeah, I've never had gerbils either. Again, know someone who did, but never personally had gerbils. Not that I'm against the gerbil. I had hamsters as a kid. Well, I had at least one hamster. You have to start pricking the net sheets, eh? Know how much fun that is. Yeah, I think it's very difficult because, for example, over here, let's say I find an injured squirrel. I don't remember this in Pretty Woman. Anyway, if you take it somewhere to be fixed, they'll just kill it because it's a pest. So arguably, you could take a squirrel and feed it because, well, you know, by many standards, you're just doing everyone a favour. But it seems very wrong because I quite like my squirrels. I gave some of them names and everything. For those of you who are not British, which is probably most of you, back in the day, we have a soap opera called EastEnders, and it's been running for forever. Quite a lot of the population has been alive and do not know a date when it wasn't running. You know, it's that kind of length. It's not as long as the Archers, admittedly, but it's doing its best. Anyway, there were two characters, Ricky and Bianca. And it's set in East London, so they've got a very, very London accent. And I'm aware that if I listen to myself, I sound like I'm from London. But to myself, no, I don't. These dudes are Ricky! Bianca! Family! You know, there's a whole kind of thing going on. And it's kind of boring, really. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But there's a pair of squirrels that just have the same sort of attitude. So I call them Ricky and Bianca. Because I believe they're male and female. But squirrels are quite territorial. Except robins will beat the crap out of them. Which I find quite amusing. So, yeah. It's quite funny to watch a robin have a go at a squirrel. You can see the very much kind of like, no. You will find a way around me. I'm not moving. This little robin, you know, he's like this big. And what looks like this monstrously huge squirrel in proportion. And the squirrel's scared of the robin. You've got all of your twists, that's fine. I'm going to do this spider, then I'm going to go get some more drink. because it is hot and muggy here, as always, as it seems to be. Get them off the top, come on. That is the most drunk top of my bobbins I've got, I think. Hi, Rory. Did you find anything to do in the garden? Did you? Hello, nose. What have you got on your head? You've been in the bushes, haven't you? Did you go in the bushes? Was there anything in there? Didn't hear you, so I'm guessing the answer's no. No. Was there nothing in the bush? No sad. Oh dear. Oh dearie me. Was there nothing to chase in the bush? No, nothing to chase. You're being a pain. Both of you. Got a little brown one licking my hand down there. And I've got a little black one. Not on me, you don't. Oh yeah, both of them, always. If you're gonna puke, dog, go and puke outside on the floor. Preferably in the kitchen floor where it's easiest to clean. Just checking there are no errant pins hiding back there. So, I showed this earlier. Now I've got to find the thing again, so hang on, bear with me. At least I know which group it was in now. So, there's a lady. I assume it's a lady. I'm going to go with lady. I hope this person is not offended if I think that they're female. You know how it is. But Francesco, I'm guessing actually that's male. Actually, yeah, I think that's a bloke. Hang on. I'm going with male. Beg his pardon. Right. So, this is something they're currently working on. And if I zoom in a bit, hang on, like this, you can see it's basically like a scribble, being unkind to it, but with joiny bits. And I kind of wanted that for this, to be honest, because that only uses like 8 bobbins kind of thing. And if it's done right, unlike the one I did with the Celtic knot, it's, yeah, tape bobbin lace, but it also means if it's, as I said, unlike the Celtic knot that I did, where you had like two or three lots on the go so that you could kind of go under and over the right bits, you don't go under and over. And as a result, you start with like 8 bobbins and it's only ever 8 bobbins. Well, I mean, hello. So I really, 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 really want to make it, but he told me where to look for the pattern, but I had a look around the website and couldn't find it. But it looks like the designer does, let's call them modular chunks. So that complicates it. Plus, I think what he's made is more of an oval shape. In fact, more kind of that shape, right, even than oval. And so obviously I'd want to kind of square it off a bit. But of course, you can do that. You could do that. That's doable. So I really would kind of like to have a go at that, I think. I mean, I know it's not a fast thing to work up, but it's also not a hard thing to work up. And it's also not that slow. I mean, there's a lot of turning in it. But now I've got a stand for my bolster pillow, well, I could do it. This is true. It's a bit like Beetlejuice, isn't it? I was actually... Naughty Celt should be asleep. Anyway, I thought I only said it twice. Maybe it was 3 times. Fair enough. You made me think, though. I mean, I wasn't deliberately, you know, counting or anything, but my brain went, I thought I only said it twice. This is one of the ones that I find hard to sing, not to sing along to. And you really don't want me to sing. am quickly gonna go and get me more drink and possibly swap out this table because this table is doing my sweet. So, yes, dogs, you're gonna have to move. Yep, I shall be. I'm back. And watch. It's so much... Of course, it will now spend its whole time sloping off, but... Once I found my Allen keys, I will try and tighten up the other table and see if it helps. Because the base of this one is really uncomfortable. Because it's kind of a pyramid shape. So there really isn't anywhere to put your feet. Yeah, that looks about straight. But I also want it to tilt this way a little bit. But that's not the angle it changes. Anyway. Got my drink. Gonna push this table back into shape because I had to move the other table. Sorry, just going to move you over this way a little bit and then turn that a little bit. Oops! Oh, faggots! Sit on there then. Right, that means that goes there, which means this table can now be not 5 miles away from the computer. I seem to have shifted my whole life that way a bit. So, right. Sorry that I was for the reorganisation, but that wobbling was driving me nuts, and Naughty Cat, I know you understand. If yours is wobbly, you understand. It's really hard to work when you're looking at it and it's kind of, well, it's like working at sea, only you don't have the privilege of the sea to do it on. Yeah. And there's a smell in this house. It's been a smell for a few days. There was a thing on Facebook about, has anyone smelt the gas? But I can't smell gas, so I know it's not that. But there is a smell. Now, part of me says it's me, because, you know, we're all built that way. But I can't name it either. There's just a smell. And it's not grossly unpleasant, but it's not good. It's just a smell. And so I can't work out what it is. But I've got a feeling it's me. Because you know what it's like if you've got a bit of a cold or a sinus infection coming, you can smell something and it turns out it's your own nose kind of thing. It's that kind of smell, but not that kind of smell, if that makes sense. It's that kind of thing, is that it goes with me wherever I am, and so I am kind of thinking that it's not the house, it's possibly me. Extra long bath tomorrow, I think, just to be sure. Because clearly something's not doing its thing. So. Oh, it's so nice to be able to pull on the bobbins and not watch the whole of a table. So I just want to push this down. And I wanted something with a bit of an edge to help push it down, because it's sticking up. Steal a pin and I can't see the hole. I can see the hole, but I can't see the hole. It's like I've got double vision and there's like 12 holes. The moment I try and do this with it, it's like it kind of fades and I can't line. Yeah. Now, I do know that there are some funny smells I can smell in my garden. Now, I'm going to sound like the saddest individual. I think it's weed. But I don't know for sure because I've never sniffed weed knowingly. So, I think someone potentially is smoking weed, but it's not me. And I can smell it, but I don't know for sure. There's just a weird smell. And it's not that smell, but there is a smell, and it could be mould, it could be freaking anything. Now, as I say, I've got a horrible feeling it's me, as in my person. Weed, as in marijuana. But I have never sniffed, so I don't know for sure, because, well, I don't know. I've never knowingly sniffed it. I've lived a very boring life, right? And just go with that. Especially for someone of my age. And it's a bit like if someone said, if you can't see, explain the colour red. Well, it's red. Yeah, but you can't use that. Can't use any other colour. You can't compare it as oh, well, it's the colour of, no, because they've never seen colours, right? It's and I can't describe this smell. I don't know what it smells of. As I said, it's not hugely unpleasant. It's not, oh, I've got to go and sniff that. Nice. You know, it's not like freshly baked bread, but... To be honest, even if you did, you know, but it's just one of those things, right, is that if you've never... It's like if someone said, I don't know, the venomous flytrap plants. Oh, well, they smell like this. I'll have to take your word, because unless you've sniffed one, you don't know, right? And by the way, they don't work, because of Trev's hatreds of flies. Yeah. Yeah. Well, doesn't that carry for most of your presidential candidates? Don't most of your presidential candidates claim those things? Naughty Cow, I don't know if you remember this. Back in the 90s, the Liberal Democrat advert is we were neither the left nor the right, we're somewhere in between. And was it Paddy Ashdown? Kind of like, I didn't touch her on neither the left leg or the right leg, but somewhere in between. Yeah, sorry, it just came to mind. Yeah. No, this is true. Well, to be fair, I think in most places that has an element of truth. But I really am the most boring individual in the history of forever. Mainly because I don't drink. I've never had the opportunity to do anything more exciting than, you know, go down an offie and buy some alcohol, and then I choose not to because, well, what's the point? And so, yeah, I really am the queen of boring. I've never smoked, I've never tried it, mainly because both my parents did. And as a child, I had kind of a profound moment one Saturday morning when I woke up and did the whole, and I knew which parent was in, which parent was out, how long they'd been gone. And it was kind of like, that's just mean. I shouldn't know by one sniff who's in, who's out, and how long they've been gone. You know, it's just not supposed to work that way. So I've never tried it. Out. Did I ever send you a picture of that thing I got for my bolster cushion? No, I'm asking. Did I? I moved, my lungs are rebelling. Don't think I did. There you go, just sent you it. No. No, that was my C-shaped table. Hang on. Show you what it looked like. Hang on. Find it on Amazon, because that's where I got it from, so hang on. Hang on. I mean, this is kind of what it looked like, what the wobbly table looks like. It's designed to be used like a table, but only if you're seasick, clearly. And you're missing the C, and you need the wobble, you know? I do think that there is a chance that going round and tightening the bolts up will help, but thanks, EP. If it's any consolation, it is 1:15 in the morning here, so you don't need to talk to me about not getting sleep. As I was up till 4 o'clock this morning. I wish I knew what that smell was. The only problem with this one is it's slowly, depending on which way the table is facing underneath. But it's never the right way, if that makes sense. There is no good way for it to tilt, to be honest. I want it level, which is why I bought a table that didn't have adjustments so that it wouldn't wobble. Wow, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the madness. I think let's move you this way. Did you? What was your milestone? So I'm just trying to level out my table a little bit. Sounding like you've got it down now. You do know that the last time I actively used a skipping rope, let alone a skipping rope that was made out of rope, I was probably still in infants, just to set the picture. Generally, as far as I know, so we're talking like 45 plus years ago, actually longer than that. It's not usually overly stiff, because, but at the same time, it's been a while, but I don't, because I remember them being loose enough to easily wind round the handle, because generally you had a wooden handle for it. But other than that, I don't remember. I mean, obviously, it's got to withstand being smacked into the ground a lot. I mean, it shouldn't, but generally it did, especially for children, because we're dumb. Apparently, I did a somersault with a skipping rope once. I don't remember. I remember everyone telling me I'd done it. I don't remember doing it, if that makes any sense. Because I remember going, "Well, you did a somersault, didn't I?" Okay, that kind of moment. But I was standing on a hill. I remember. I have weird memories. So yeah, I mean, as a general rule, skipping rope should not be bouncing across the floor when you skip. But when you're a child, you tend to slap it in the floor and make your own life harder, because then, of course, it bounces up and tangles around your feet. So my short answer would be I wouldn't have thought it would be overly stiff, because you need it to make the loop from your hand down, round and back round your hand, and without a fight. It's not like lasso cord, as we were talking the other day. It is lace indeed. Hello. If you bear with me a second, let me put this over the top because I don't want it to catch on any of the pins because, well, that's a thing. In fact, let me grab another one of those. Blink. Just so that it doesn't catch on it because that could be a thing. But if I pull these out that you can't really see, bear with me a second, I can unveil what we've done today. So this is what we've made today, and if I scoot it forward you'll see it's actually a bit further back than that. So we are making a metre long strip, and we're going to make a lot of them. The reason I roll it up is because I have dogs and I don't need them pulling it, catching it. It is going to be one of 7 strips that will be formed to make a net curtain. I mean, much as I love my dogs, we all know that animals add to the joy. Dogs add to the ability of getting problems, so hence I roll it up to keep it all nice. And these two aren't that small, but I mean they're not big. Let me quickly. So those are my two at their best, which is when they're asleep. I love them. Yeah. The little brown one is female. She's called Amy. The little black one's called Rory. Rory is quite gentle, but he's also very determined. So he's the kind of dog who would manage to get it caught in his collar and just keep walking, right? She, however, is a crackhead, and she would barge into everything, knock it over, you know, almost wipe a butt on it, and then wonder why I was mad. So I like to keep it away from the dogs, if I can, which is easier said than done, because, well, they're everywhere. For those who have not been dog owners, you will not understand how omnipotent a dog can be until you've fallen over it 6 different times without actually moving. If you're in the kitchen holding something you can't drop, you go and you start tripping over the dog, and it's, say, here. So you try and step over here, but the dog's here too. So you step here, the dog's there. You step behind you, the dog's there. The dog is omnipotently everywhere. And in the end, you end up falling over the dog, and the dog gets really upset because, you know, you fell over it. And you're like, but you were in the way. What did you think was going to happen? I do. Yeah, even when they've just had one. Yeah. So what you missed previously was we did some experiments, and nearly a year ago I started out making squares to kind of make one in almost the crochet granny square style of making squares and joining them together. And I knew that the squares would show, but the more I did of it, the more I became unhappy with how much the squares join would show. I wanted to do better. So we did an experiment to try and join them together in a more invisible manner. And we came up with a manner that works pretty well. She says, looking behind me, there they are. So here we have, it's in here somewhere, there it is. Our experiment. Now this was our experiment. Technically this is as wide as my window pane, but I'm going to do 7 so that I can have an odd even set. It's fraying like mad. But we also then voted as to which of these motifs would be used, and the incredibly boring internet picked these two. Actually, we went with these two, but that's not the point. It was close enough. So, personally, I was hoping for these two. It is when you give them 20 choices and they pick options 1 and 2. I mean, really. Don't get me wrong, there are some I'm glad they didn't pick. I have Sauron. These I don't think would really show up quite enough, in my opinion. But I quite liked this one because it's kind of got a bit more of a border. I did like this one because this works up really quick. And it is very subtle, but it would make more of a shadow difference than a... So you'd see those, not see these so much, but you'd get them in the shadow. This one was kind of... I don't really want this. This one I was hoping not for because flies would come through the hole, because flies do that around here. And this was a mistake, so we didn't count that one. But this was also us practicing the joins. So as you can see over here, it's quite... Yeah, we got a lot of flies here, so we don't really need that. So this was the first join I did, and it's a bit bold. This was a little bit of a line, which I didn't like. But as you can see through these look a lot better. And this is the same one repeated. This one got washed, these didn't. So it survives washing pretty well. So this is kind of what we're making. We're just going to make them a meet along, really. That's how this is going to work out. Oh, you can see, look how brown that looks now. With the writing behind it. Which reminds me, oh, is this inch 14? Blimey, I'm ahead of myself. Okay, I definitely have to count them because that feels weird. Apparently that was this line is inch 14, so I could check. In fact, I will check because I'm feeling conscious that that doesn't feel right. But it could be, I mean... Oh my god, it actually is. And we're doing... Oh. What? So we refer to these motifs as big and small because we're a bit weird. This is inch 14 because they're round the other way. This is technically strip 2, even though we started with big. And I thought 1 was big. But on the picture I have definitely got dots to this side are the one with starting with a big. So that makes this inch 14. There are a few of us. There are a few of us. There's a guy called Silver of Dragon. He does it. I'll wait till after the ads. But yeah, Hook Wizard, as you've got Prime, you should be possibly listening still. Yeah, Silver of Dragon does lace work. There's just not a lot. It's not, and I don't do anything else on my stream, and I think that's part of the difference, is that most of the others do other things too. I don't, mainly because I can't work out how to stream them. So it's not that I don't know how to, I don't want me in it. That's no, it's not. To be honest, it's not a super common hobby. I mean, it depends where in the world you are, of course. I mean, don't get me wrong, I am not the ugliest person ever to walk this earth. But I have remodelled myself somewhat. And so I have, and it didn't improve matters, let's put it that way. And it was not, I paid a lot of money for plastic surgery and looked better. No, this was a car accident and various other things. It's not that I'm necessarily against being seen on the internet, per se. It's just that I don't want to put you off. Because let's face it, this is the important bit, right? I mean, if I had a camera staring at my face, I don't think it would help. So, hence, to be honest, I do look a bit like the little thing in the bottom left-hand corner, in that I have long brown hair, glasses. I mean, for example, there they are, look. You know, I don't look quite that young because I'm 53. But, and I am usually wearing a beige jumper. I was when I started. I took it off because it got a bit hot. So, to be honest, it's because I'm a bit weird, which, you know, I have no problems with being a bit weird. Aren't many of us weird, in some way or other. So, because I am a little bit weird, it helps me be online and not feel quite as centre of attention, even though I'm streaming, so obviously I am, and it helps my brain cope with it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So yes, it is more of the helps my brain cells stay calm. You can, but to see... Drawing, I think, is a bit easier because you can have like a top-down camera like I've got, and all that you get to see is like hands, right? I think with knitting it's harder because of where you normally hold knitting. Normally you hold it quite close to your body, and the best view is, well, from your own eyeballs. Therefore, trying to have a camera that can view what you're doing, I would just find difficult to do, because top down doesn't really show what you're doing. If you view it from behind, it looks a bit weird and is more likely to capture yourself in it. So you really need almost like it on a... Yeah. Yeah, the problem for me is my camera needs a cable. Well, then of course I'm going to feel somewhat even though I don't suffer from claustrophobia per se, I'm going to feel somewhat penned in by it all. Well, you see, I know that my head would move a lot, and of course, because I look over at the computer occasionally, that wouldn't help. One thing I would say is that one thing I did that I think is a good thing for many of us crafters is I use Speakerbot to read out the chat to me. So I can look at this, I don't have to look at computer over there. And occasionally I do look at computer over there, but I don't have to. Occasionally I do when it makes a complete blithering mess of what it read. But it is quite nice to have it read out all of the chat to me, so I can pay attention to what I'm doing. I still managed to make plenty of mistakes, do not get me wrong. But it does mean that there is the ability to hold a conversation while paying attention to what you're doing. I mean, to be fair, at least with knitting, if you're a fairly competent knitter, there is a chance of looking up and not losing what you're doing, and still knit. Whereas this, you kind of, it's a bit like crochet. This, you have to kind of be looking. You can't not look, because it just doesn't really work. Gotta stab the pins in the right holes and make sure your things are crossed in the right way and that you picked up the right one and all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm kind of weirded out that this is inch 14. Wow. Well, it also means that this likely is not far off, because it's going to be, I mean, when I say near, I mean, I'm looking, I can just about see the top of the, you know, I've got 1, 2, 3, and there's the 4th motif at the bottom. By the time I get down to, hang on, so that's 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah, by the time I just get down to slightly off the bottom down here, we'll be halfway down the first column, which is a bit frightening, really. We're going to do 7 columns, but that's kind of epic, because the squares that are kind of 6 inches square, we're taking us about a month to do a 6-inch square. So this definitely works up a lot quicker, which is a good thing. What fibre crafts do you do? Well, we seem to roughly average an inch every day, so it suggests it will take 273 days. Then we'll have to say it together. Yeah, that's going to be fun. And fair enough. I do many other things, so I also spin, knit, crochet, weave, I can sew, I can do cross stitch. I'm also doing some needle tatting. This is not the most amazing thing in the history of the world, but I'm learning needle tatting. Yeah. But most of those things do not translate well to not being on camera, especially weaving. Oh, I mean, I'm the daughter of a carpenter, so you have my attention. Yeah. My biggest sadness is that my dad was a carpenter. Although it was his kind of secondary profession, but it wasn't. If you see what I mean, his 9 to 5 was to do a job. Spinning is definitely something you can do while watching TV, which is really nice. You definitely get into a kind of routine and watch TV while doing it. I mean, obviously not when you're learning. You do indeed. Doing this nearly a year on Twitch now. Where have you been, dude? No, I don't mean anything mean. Yeah, I am indeed doing bobbin lace on Twitch. Thank you for the follow. I have a bit of a weird schedule because, as you might be able to tell from my accent, I am British. So you're 2 hours ahead of me. So you're 2 hours ahead of me, so my normal weekday streams are probably a little bit more in your time zone then, because I normally start at 7 o'clock my time, which is 9 o'clock your time. So you also in Finland? We have other Finnish people who come visiting. The other guy you should look out for is Silver of Dragon. Let me do a shout out to Silver of Dragon, actually. Because... Silver of Dragon also does bobbin lace. He's Danish, I think. I'm pretty sure he's Danish. But he does speak English, so when I go say hello... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He does speak English for me, which is nice, because otherwise I'd be a bit lost. But he's good to watch. He does lots of lace too. He also plays games occasionally, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That we need you. Pretty good actually. Having just passed the 14-inch mark, while this is a restart of the project, because the original project, I didn't fall out of love with it. I just knew I could do better. So we ceased, and we are now working upon this one. It's the same project. Well, it's to do the same thing, but in a different way. Originally I started making out squares, and the squares are good. I like the squares, but the joins were going to look a bit weird in my mind. The more I thought about it, the worse. No. Hang on. So the squares were going to look like this, and I was going to join them all together. So I was going to have a load of identical squares. But the joins were beginning to bug me. The hard line join was beginning to prey on my mind. And the more I did of it, the more it preyed on my mind, to the point I knew I couldn't do it as a curtain. It's not that I hate the square. Really don't. But I suck at the joins in the corners, so they stand out quite a bit. And the joins that would go along the hard line edges would stand out a lot. And I thought that for a net curtain, it's kind of not the look we were going for. So we are now on strips, because let me grab the thing I was showing earlier. Hang on. We did some experiment, and this was my first join experiment. And what you can't tell from there, unless I bring it up, you can see that there is holes, but it's got holes, but it's a bit bold. And I was already hooked, by this, as although it's an edge, it's a less hard edge. Then I did this, which was an easy join, but it leaves a bit of a line. This still has a bit of a bold factor to it, but if I hold this up, you'll see that it almost disappears, in that the pattern is actually, it's all in pattern. So the last four, she says, yes, it's considerably more seamless. And this one got washed, these didn't. And if you look at this one's basically invisible. This one shows a little bit, but it's a bit more squiggly. It's also under the writing. Hang on. There you go. But it's a lot, especially with the snakes either side, which they're not snakes, but we're calling them snakes. With the snakes either side, it looks like it's supposed to be that way. So it's a lot more, it's a bit more wallpapery, but it's kind of thing. This was our thing, and the internet picked which of these motifs we were going to use. So that's where we're at. But this is the width of my window, so this is how wide it needs to be. I'm going to do an extra column, because then I can do odd, even, odd, even, odd, even, odd, so that it's kind of symmetrical. And I'm doing big, small, big, small, big, and then small, big, so that it has a little kind of... Well, it's not that it's not repetitious, because clearly it is, but that's where we're at. And the problem with the squares would take me a month. I've been doing this is the end of week 4, but I had quite a few days off. I'm going to make a net curtain out of it, that I probably won't look at, to be fair. And that does make it kind of comical, in the fact that I am not likely to be looking at it. However, as I said, it's going to be a net curtain for a window that I will only generally actually see as I get up in the morning. But because I'm getting up in the morning, I frankly don't even notice there's a window there most mornings. So, you know, if it's not perfect, It's not like it's going to grab me by the throat and spit at me. It's not like it's in my downstairs toilet where every time I go for a wee, it's staring at me. So yeah, it's. My problem is I don't need lace in my life. I'm. $500 to $600. Yeah, about $500 to $600. Because if we're averaging an inch a day, it's 273 days of effort. I usually do round about 2 hours or so, give or take a bit more. But then we'll have to join them. Oh, that's fun. Joining them is like holding smoke because they don't have any weight. They have literally no weight whatsoever, and they'll be meter long strips. And I'll be trying to. Basically, you've got to kind of wiggly, up and overy, wiggly, and you can't do it on a table because, well, you can't do it flat. You have to hold it. So it's going to be fun. It's not hard, but it is fun. And then I've got to put the top on it so that when I clasp it onto a curtain rail, it's got something hard to think of. I'm a tomboy. I'm currently wearing a man's t-shirt, man's trousers, man's socks, Crocs. Yeah. I don't do girly things. So I don't really need lace at all, ever. I'm not delicate enough for lace. I'm too clumsy and cack-handed for that. Which is why net curtain seems the ultimate obvious thing to use because, well, you put it in a window. Whether you're male or female, you could put it in a window. The intention of this will be a shawl. Now, I don't like shawls, but I keep wanting to make one. So the plan is to evolve this continuously on and keep making the white hexagons with purple outlines, very crochet style, and make a shawl out of it. Because I can. So this is needle tatting. I'm getting on all right with needle tatting. I tried tatting. I can't use a tatting shuttle. Best explained. Hang on. Hang on. So with the tatting shuttle, you're supposed to put the string around your hand. It is, but it isn't, and I can explain that. So with this, you have to go the right way round. Yeah, that way around, and then no, goes under and over back through the hole, and then you flip it, and then you go then you go over and under, and you kind of have to do it with the top. You see, I can't do it on camera very well because I hold everything far too close to me. And then that one, and then you have to, then I need it to be longer again because it's already getting on my nerves. So then you have to do this one, and then you go under and back through the hole, but I've already screwed it up because the hole's not where I needed it to be. This gets on my nerves, and so the only way I could do this was originally was that way round. Okie doke. No, it can't. I should also point out, in case those are wondering, Naughty Kelsey's also British, so it is 2 o'clock in the morning. He's allowed to be going to bed. But I find the whole doing this with your hand to try and make a loop so you can go under and over and try and keep it out the way, and I find it really, really cack-handed. Whereas when you do it with a needle, not that I've got a needle to hand, but I can do it with this crochet hook, right? Here's a long piece of string. You hold the piece of string and you twist it and pull it over the top. You twist it and pull it over the top. And you're making the same knot all the way along. And then when you're done, you pull it through and you pull it through this way on the needle, because the little tail end would be attached. This tail end would be attached. And then you pull it through. And so I find this a lot easier, because all you're really doing is, well, you can do the same thing with your finger, and you can do the same knot, hang on, that one, and do it from kind of behind, almost like Portuguese knitting, and do that. So you can just keep doing the same knot and bring it round and well, interestingly enough, let me show you the picture that I was ogling over earlier. And of course Facebook has already gone off it. Hang on. And let me show you something very important. So this, I know it's a boomer way of doing it, but this, which if I zoom in, hang on, looks like this. Okay. It's done by a bloke. So lace can't, it's not, you know, we're in the 21st century now. It is less girly. Silver of Dragon is male. He's a lovely bloke. It's actually quite nice to see some of the leading names in some of the lace groups are men. So there's a guy who is kind of leading the way in the beginner group about a lace that I tried, which it's called Flanders. Now, for every pinhole here, two pairs of bobbins meet together and do a bit of a right. In Flanders, it's 4 pairs of bobbins, completely unnecessarily so, in my humble opinion. And it just means that if I was doing this in Flanders, I'd just have twice as many bobbins for the sake of it all. Now, to be fair, it would be more hard wearing. This is very light, as I mentioned. It's like holding smoke. Because if I grab this back, if I put this down so it doesn't catch on anything, but if I pick this up, this is, there's kind of, bear in mind, that's quite, it's not an unreasonable amount. This is really, really, really light. I mean, this is, you know, exceptionally light. Whereas Flanders is, well, because it would have twice as much thread and all the rest of it, heavier and more hard wearing. Now, I did a heart-shaped thing out of the Flanders book, and it was painful to make because there were twice as many bobbins. And I suffer from what I lovingly refer to as bobbin anxiety, in that too many bobbins just creeps me out. So if I was to make this kind of 3-inch wide strip, which is roughly what this is, she says getting a tape measure, hang on. Yep, pretty much spot on 3 inches. This is 90 something bobbins. Imagine if it was 180. And doing this bit needs twice as many. Well, this is a mighty good question. Now, some of it is just because you can. I mean, we all know that to show off would be another option. So, that one I showed you from Facebook, that's done with about 8 bobbins. Because it's a tape lace and you just follow the wiggle, right? This, there isn't, as I said, it would make it more hard wearing because for every pin, instead of 2 bobbins coming in, and this thread is incredibly thin, as you may have noticed. I mean, if I show you, this is the cotton I like weaving with, right? This is 8/4 cotton. It looks like rope in comparison. Now, this isn't the thinnest stuff I've ever made lace with. But at the same time, being that thin, it is also not overly strong threads. Therefore, the lace you make with it wouldn't be... I mean, it would be great for a lace veil, for example. It would probably be a bit thick for a lace veil, technically. It's technically a bit thick for a net curtain, but it's what I wanted. So it is one of those things is that if you did it in Flanders with more bobbins, it would distinctly be more hard wearing. But one of the advantages of this stuff is it has an element of stretch. So if you were making it for an insert for some clothing, this would stretch. Flanders does not stretch. This can be a blessing or a curse, depending on what you're doing with it. So Flanders is very much more a for strength lace. It's also, because you've got so many bobbins, a lot easier to make a shape and picture, shall we call it, out of it. This is done on a 45-degree grid, as is Flanders as a whole. A similar but not similar version to this is called Buck's Point. It's also called Tonda and Chantilly. It's all the same shit. Which is done on a 60-degree grid. That's often used for pictures because obviously 60 degrees gives you a more hexagon shape and so can gives you more curves. Whereas this is on a 90-degree grid, so it doesn't really do curves. Hence the snakes are proving to be very popular, because I swear I'd seen them. What I'd done is I had seen them in a much smaller area. So you'd get a piece of lace where they'd do spider, 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 making a point. But because of the way the snake works, it would give a bit of a kind of moustache look to it. And so I continued it on. And I heralded the, the discovery of snakes. Because I quite like the idea of having some roundness to it. Because obviously much as geometrical shapes are very good for me. I like those. But at the same time, it is a limitation of this lace type. But the snakes kind of buck that trend, which is a good thing. Hang on, let me put some of these away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In case you're wondering, there is no reason it's 7 other than that's the best number to stick in a stick. And we have... which I don't play very often, but, you know, we do have stick animation to go with it. So that makes a bit more room to grab these two. It is a bit random, which is why it's there to wake you all up, right? Because to be honest, and I'm a little neurospicy, and I am doing this more for my own record than for you lot, and I mean that genuinely. I mean, don't get me wrong, I really, 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 really like having people to talk to, because, well, it's nice. It distracts me from the fact that I've been doing this currently for 3 hours, you know. So having people to talk to is nice. I live alone, so it's a good time to talk to other people. But I am actually recording it more for my own records than I am to expect people to come and watch it. Because frankly, lace making is made out of two things: cross, left over right, and twist, right over left. So with that in mind, it kind of gets a bit repetitive, to be honest. So with, you know, I've said this quite a few times, I almost don't understand why people would watch. But I do love that they do. But I've also done it. I watch, so for example, Naughty Celt, who wandered off, Naughty Celt makes rope things. Now, I have no particular intention of making rope things, but I can relate to rope things because I do other crafts. So he mentioned earlier that he had made some more rope. He is currently making actual rope rather than just using rope. So he's progressed on in his hobby to making it. And the other day we were chatting and he was moaning because he had a problem that he could only make so much before we kind of ran out of room. And I kind of explained how, as a weaver, how I put tension on at my warp over, which can be a really long distance in a room where there is no distance. Because my weaving loom is the size of a Land Rover and it fills the room. And so, you know, I can't kind of, and I don't have people to hang on the end of it, which would be the traditional way of doing it. So I have to make up my own way of doing it. And Naughty Celt is a master of knots. And I was explaining to him how I put on my water jugs and I put weights on it. And I use an S hook because I'm lazy. And I loop through the water jug and I put weight on my warp and then I wind it on. And then once the jug gets to the top, I lower it nearer the bottom again and keep going. And that way I can put 30 metres of warp on my loom by myself. Well, you see, this is... well, one of the things that... And this is something that I would very much agree with, because as a child, my mother once took me... I think she took me a couple of times, but at least once, took me to what was known as the knitting circle. Now, they were primarily knitting, but it was a group of biddies who met up in the church hall to knit and chat while they knitted. Crafting, when it was originally done, was social. Spinning. There are spinning wheels with 2 orifices and bobbins and stuff on because it is designed for 2 people to sit there and have a yak while they do it. And so having people to talk to. Crafting is made of, you know, we're not working on the same thing, doesn't matter. We're not doing the same craft, doesn't matter. You feel inspired to do your own project when you're around other people doing theirs. Because, well, they're doing theirs. And, you know, it's hard, I find it hard to watch somebody streaming crafty stuff and not do some crafty stuff while watching. Because otherwise, well, I feel like I should be. I won't say I feel guilty, but it just feels the right thing to do. So having a crafty stream to join into and watch and join in and encourage you to work on your own, especially when you know that there are other crafty people potentially watching. So if you get stuck on something, you know, and go, oh, I'm really struggling with this, there's a really good chance somebody will know what you're talking about. So you know, it makes it. I mean, you can, you know, especially I think in a way it's a shame I didn't start this when COVID was on, but it is one of those kind of moments where it can bring. I mean, as I said, I'm in the UK. It's 2:15 in the morning, right? But it means that you can take part with people who are nowhere near you. You can pick up tips and tricks maybe for your craft in general. I mean, I've showed how to do some other stuff on this channel. I showed how I do something with, I think it was knitting. I was showing how I hold my knitting, because I do that a bit weird. I do combination knitting, and I purl so they end up twisted, but that's how it's supposed to work. But it makes my thumbs hurt a lot less, so it works really well for me. I taught myself no, but it's the sort of thing that, you know, you can kind of talk it out with other people. You can show your project, and other crafters, even though it's not maybe their craft, they'll have an idea of how much effort that is. They'll be proud for you. They'll commiserate with you. If you discover that you've got a frog half of it, they will hurt for you. And that is such a really liberating thing, because, you know, many people have partners. I mean, I was married once. And while they're sympathetic, it's not their bag necessarily, right? And you say to them, oh, this isn't working, and they kind of go, oh, that's a shame, dear. Right? And, you know, it's, whereas a crafter will be, oh, goodness, no, how much, you know, how long will it take you to fix it? You know, is there anything, you know, is there anything else you could do? Is there any way you can fix it without doing that? And they'll want for you. And so it is kind of nice to be amongst fellow crafters. Oh, blimey. Oh, my goodness. It is. I have been raided. Oh, goodness. Blimey. Oh, my poor chat thing is struggling to keep up. y- oh, goodness. I'm trying to let my chat thing catch up. It's in my ear and it's right. So, Altair Light, welcome dearly. Bobbin lace is really not hard. And I mean that absolutely. I covered this a mere moment ago, so I'm about to join these two together. Okay, I have put my twist on. That's right. So bobbin lace is made of 2 moves. Just 2, okay? 1, cross, left over, right. Holy blimey! Oh no! I feel really embarrassed now. Oh goodness. Sorry I'm laughing so much, I shouldn't. But what you don't understand is the thing that reads out my ear is reading out the emotes. Oh goodness, people. I need to explain. I'm laughing so much because all of your text is read to me via text to speech, right? But it's also reading the emotes, which is kind of funnier, and it gets a bit stuck on that. And it's like half the screen behind. So I just got raided by a couple of people, by a person with who bought a few people. You've now come in with a few more. So suddenly my poor little chat thing is so far behind itself. That's right, you made me laugh because my poor ears, my more text-to-speech thing is suffering. Thank you for all the follows. Well, it's not just that, it's the fact that it reads out the emotes. So you get like, you know, it doesn't kind of go lol, it goes, I know, donkey butt 1 2 3, donkey butt 1 2 3, and it's like what? I'm used to it with NetKisser, who comes in with a big stream of emotes, but usually it's quite quiet. So it was just the fact that it was taking like half an hour to catch up with all of them. Yeah, I gotta love donkey butts. I gotta love donkeys, full stop, actually. Yep, my text-to-speech is it's gonna demand higher payment, I think. Well, these especially so because these bobbins I made. And I made them because these bobbins are not like normal bobbins. So, normal bobbins are wooden bobbins. Normal bobbins are quite light. Yeah, it just says alt tier popcorn and alt tier fish. That's not too bad. It's these ones that... It's that one that does it. So reading the charts, bear in mind I made my chart. So let me cover Altair Lights questions. So to read the charts, all you need to worry about is the next dot you're working on. So here I've got a spider, which is a collection of spiders. and a smaller collection of spiders. These are snakes spawned by spiders. A lot of the time you have a problem where it will show like a blank bit and you know it's supposed to be filled in with something. So with when you've got, like, if you think back to this, hang on, if you think back to how this was made, click, there you go, where you see like the kind of W shape right at the very top with the cloth stitch, that didn't have to be cloth stitch. That could very easily have been half stitch. It could have been whole stitch. It could have been a lot of things. Most of the time, it is be consistent, not be accurate. Now, I know that sounds a bit contradictory, but if you'd chosen to do that, you could have chosen to do the edges in half stitch, which would also have worked. Rose ground is traditionally shown in one of two methods. One is a little diamond in the middle between the pinholes, or like I generally do, I actually do the square. But it's something that definitely comes quite easily when you want it to, but it's very daunting when you first look at it. Because I mean, if I grab one of my pattern strips here, hang on, right, this was one of my test ones. If you look at this, you've got a cathedral arch spider, you've got a bunch of tallies in a thing, and you've got kind of a bit of a Bedfordshire lace kind of crossover thing, and then you had me make a complete balls up of inserting that, so we'll ignore that bit, right? But here you've got the spiders, and so the rest of it is ground stitch. But it doesn't have to be. I could do whole stitch, ground stitch, I can do half stitch, ground stitch, you just have to be consistent. So if you pick one at the start, unless you want them to be different, so like these are alternating spider types, because there's a big one and a smaller one, but exactly, absolutely. So if you misread it at the beginning and you do something completely different, just keep doing it. And unless you're going to make like a bridal train or something and you've done half, if you're making a bookmark, does it matter? As long as the bookmark looks consistent, it'll be fine. Now, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Every single one of the squares I made has mistakes in it. Every one of these squares, because I made 9 of them. I mean, look, there's a big hole there. That's, if I bring it up, look, big hole. That wasn't intentional. There's mistakes all over the place. So the idea of this was that I was going to do it crochet style, and we were going to do kind of like join 3x3 like this, and then have 6 down, so there were going to be 18 squares. I made 9 in the end before I realised that the joins were going to annoy me. As a net curtain, it's not that I hate the squares. I quite like the squares. I designed the squares. I did base them on somebody else's pattern. I bought the pattern and I liked it, but not entirely. There were things that I didn't like about it, so I changed it. So I made 9. This is a wodge of 9 that I keep in a tin, because I don't know quite what I'm going to do with them now. I will probably join them together and call it a cloth at some point. But if you're doing bookmarks, just be consistent. So if you meant to do 3 twists before doing certain thing, and the first one you forgot, just forget for every single one and it'll look the same then. It is when it's different that it shows up. Because the human eye will look at differences, it doesn't necessarily know what you intended. That's the sort of thing, right? But the human eye is really bad at understanding what only you know what it was supposed to look like and what you actually got. Now, that's true with nearly every craft that we do, whether we're knitting, whether we're crochet, whether we're weaving, whether we're, right? As an example, case in point, let me show you this. Right. This is something I wove. Okay, I made this. This has a mistake in it. Can you spot it? Now, to me, it's blindingly obvious. I've got a big pile of these. I've got more of them. I think this one's my favourite one. No. Give me my favourite one. Don't land that on the dog. This is my favourite one. But, what's the mistake in this one? If you haven't spotted, it goes joined, gap, join, gap, join, 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 oops. And I really hate the fact that it... Yeah, I think that's often true, is that, I mean, I'm self-taught. All of my stuff is self-taught. This is made on a draw loom, so to make this on a traditional loom, you would need a 48 shaft loom to make this. Because funnily enough, this... Well, you say that, and I don't disagree. That's right, this looks like it's got caught around something. Goes with you, that's right. But for example, this was made on exactly the same setup as the last one. Didn't change a single thing. Which is why I like my draw loom. Let me sort this out, because this is looking a bit weird now. Hang on. You've moved. Go away. Move. Thank you. Go. So you go over that one. Right. And I just need to check what you're doing, because you look a little bit weird. You need to be twisted, that's fine. Right. Here you go. I can go back over that. Right. But mistakes can scream out to us because we know what we meant to do or what we should have done. I mean, if you're making a... Well, as I say, thank you for coming. I'm here often, not necessarily quite this late every Saturday, but I'm here often late on a Saturday. Because, well, I come so that other people who are in different time zones have the opportunity. But there are other lace makers, but I very welcome your return. That'll be a good thing. But yeah, I made these bobbins because I am not a delicate girl, and I like the fact that these are heavy. This one bobbin weighs about 5 normal bobbins or so. So as a result of that, I like these because they're heavy, which is a blessing and a curse, don't get me wrong. I have a video on it. If you follow my social things, you'll find YouTube, and I make them. But they are hardwood sticks, which I coloured with a black Sharpie pen. I then glued on metal beads for weight, and including a ball bearing at the top, so that they're heavy. I mean, really heavy. I mean, a pair of these easily weighs like 8 to 10 normal bobbins. And then I put a layer of matte varnish over the edge to help try and seal it in a bit. It does wear off, as you can tell. If I bunch this up, it looks a bit grubby at the bottom. So it does still wear off a little bit, but it comes off. It's only kind of dust, shall we call it. So it does wash off. But yeah, I made them because I wanted to. And I'd seen something very similarly made, and I asked her how she made them. Okay, luck is a good thing. Thank you. Luck. It is one of those weird things, is that bobbins are really personal. Here in the UK, we have quite a few bobbins available to us. But bobbins can be really expensive. I would love, beyond all my soul, a set of ebony bobbins. But, yep, it's... For anyone who can hear me, the hardest part about lace making is the constant stopping to fill in with pins. So much quicker if you didn't have to. Oh, blimey, that's another one. Oh, goodness me. Wow. Wow. So yes, I was. Welcome to the new people. So in the UK, we general UK bobbins are Midlands bobbins, and well, frankly, I hate Midlands bobbins. Let me demonstrate what that means in real terms to normal people. Hang on. This is my box of wonder. Hello, hello. So this is a Midlands bobbin. The little tiny wooden doodads with beads at the bottom. And I hate them. I have never hated such an infinitely small inanimate object quite so much as these, because as you pick them up, watch the beads. They move, and if you turn it on its side, you can see they flip. So sometimes you put them down and then they're not flat, and then they don't sit properly, and then they tangle in all the threads, and then they got on my nerves. Then there are these kinds of bobbins. It's very traditional British, darling. We love being awkward, and we kind of do the whole one places one's bobbin and we put it down, and I haven't got time for that. These kind of bobbins, I mean, these are plastic ones, but I got these free, which was great. I've got wooden ones, basically the same shape. These are nice, but this weighs like a tenth of one of these, right? I'm not too big at all. Then there are these. These I lovingly refer to as toothpicks. Because, well, I mean, try and put one next to it for size. I mean, they're quite short. These weigh absolutely nothing. So if you sneeze, they're gone. They've taken off with the breeze. I do have some other ones. I've got some German hooded bobbins. They're really cool. The idea of the hooding bobbin is to reduce the amount you touch the thread. Well, that's why I call them toothpicks. They really are, frankly, barely bigger than a toothpick, right? They are, they're for Honiton lacework, which is generally flowers, which I don't do. And, but they do work well when you need a lot of bobbins in a small space. But I do have some hooded bobbins, which are generally kind of long sticks with a hood that goes over the top to stop you touching this to make it dirty. I've got some fatter ones, some thinner ones, some weirder shaped ones. But I really want ebony bobbins, which is why these are black, by the way. But ebony bobbins are £5 each. Now there are 90 bobbins here, and this is only 3 inches wide. £5 each. Actually, often more than £5 each. Sometimes they're as much as £7 or £8 each. Do you want to spend 800? No. These to make was one Mega Sharpie, which is currently wedged in my thing, but actually, hang on, let me grab it. When I say Mega Sharpie, I mean a Mega Sharpie, right? This thing is huge, right? And you can smell it from here. Gonna be high for a week just from opening it. But oops, sorry. Didn't mean to hit the thing. I got the beads from Amazon, the sticks from Amazon, the Sharpie from Amazon, and the matte varnish from Amazon. Total cost for making 100 bobbins was somewhere less than £10. Might have been slightly more than that, but not a lot. They were really quite cheap. So from that point of view, plus no, they're just beads and sticks on Amazon. I do have in my socials, so hang on, let me do this. On my YouTube channel, I can imagine you can. on where you are. This came from Germany. My new one, which is its bigger brother, by the way, came from Finland, I think. I find it easier to get. Bear in mind, we the UK are part of Europe and not part of Europe all at the same time. So to the rest of the world, we're part of Europe, but we left Europe because we hate Europe because we were just obstinate and we all voted to leave apparently. If I order from Europe, I still have to pay taxes and weird stuff and import duty and believe me, don't we love to charge for that. But I find it easier to get lace making stuff from Germany and Holland than I do in the UK. We just don't have variety here. We're a bunch of idiots, really, because, you know, if I had the time and the patience, I would definitely open up a store, you know, an online store with the stuff that you just don't get here. I mean, I don't even think these sticks came from the UK. I know that these ones, she says, grabbing one, and I apologise that it's green, but these bobbin holders that look like chopsticks, these have a disadvantage, but an advantage at the same time, which is these hold more bobbins, and they can't slide around, because what you do, I'll just kind of do it with these, is you pop them in like this. They hold a load more, but because you then hold them at the end, they can't escape because, well, they just can't escape. But it means that if you've zoomed them up because you were working this side, you now can't pull these ones out to work on them like I do with these. So these have that advantage going for them. Just gonna kind of do this bit here. And then we can do the big one in the middle. So there just doesn't seem to be the kind of variety that I'd like here. In America, there is a lot more variety and accessibility, but sometimes, like everything, not to the things you want. But obviously, and without wishing to sound mean to America, I don't think they've got the same kind of lace history as Europe does. In part because, well, they don't have the same level of history as we do, in that sense. I don't think the Indian original settlers of the Americas really needed lace, because it's not really a practical thing. Unlike most of my hobbies, so for those of you who also knit, crochet and do other things, you missed me showing my weaving off, but they're all practical skills. They result in a warm jumper, a warm blanket, saddlebags. So for example, this, which is the weaving I was showing, this is really thick. This would be a great kind of saddle blanket, more to the point, or a hard wearing rug almost. It was supposed to be a tea towel. I got it wrong. I got the density wrong. I miscalculated. But I still like them. It's just a bit unfortunate because I've got a lot of them. But you do find yourself kind of going, lace is not something that is practical. It doesn't generally have much of a practical use to it. So this is why my net curtain is one of the few practical things I could think of that I could use lace for. Not needing lace in terms of clothing or otherwise. Oh, thank you for the bits. please do sleep well. I probably should. It's 3 o'clock in the morning after all. But I'm not. So, and as you're all here, I feel somewhat inspired to keep going. So, I'm not going to say you'll bully me into staying up all night, but it is actually possible. Because I don't have to get up tomorrow after all. Well, not till later anyway. So yes, it is. Please sleep well and thank you so much for the bits. But yeah, I go through in my YouTube channel on a couple of videos actually, because I made them over a period of time. But I did them on stream, so you can see me making my bobbins, and see what I did and how I did it, and I talk a bit more about some of the bits that I chose and why I chose them. So that's a good thing to do. But in terms of making lace, if you are capable of picking up something and putting it down, technically you are capable of making lace like this. Now, I am not particularly fast at it. I would be... Okay. No, I didn't. Okay. Yes, the indigenous population of any country, really. Because, to be honest, I'm not sure the UK had... I mean, obviously, whoever got here first was first, but I'm not entirely sure who got here first, because, well, they weren't... Anyway, we are a big mishmash of many nations, historically, so... you know, wouldn't like to be hesitant to guess of where technically my origins are. But as you say, it is difficult. It is difficult because, as you've mentioned, historically things were called one thing, and then it's not a good plan anymore. And when you're not there, you're not necessarily told that these things have changed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And made worse, of course, by the fact that I'm an old person. So it's not like I'm at school or I've got children, so I would know, because it's not like they've been told. And so, yeah, I missed out on that entirely. I appreciate the update on that one, actually. Let me count. I will turn these. Right. 1, 2, 1, 2. And I definitely think it's very hard these days, because sometimes it's hard to reference things without potentially treading on people's feet, because it's not that it was wrong, but it wasn't necessarily right either. But because it was done for so long, it was accepted, and no one mentioned that it wasn't accepted, if you know what I mean, even though maybe it was not liked at the time. So it is very difficult. It is very difficult to reference things in for history, because, well, I'm pretty sure they weren't too pleased about it. So after all, they were indigenous and minding their own business. So, yeah. But yes, thank you for that. Oi! We do not go out in the garden barking! There is a bird chatting. Come on! It's 3 o'clock in the morning. We do not go out barking and waking the neighbours. No! Enough now. Enough now. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, thank you. I heard the bird. There's nothing we can do about it. Rory, there's nothing we will do about it. Thank you very much. Yes, being in Canada, I mean, there's no reason why there wouldn't be lace, but again, because it's not really got a practical use, for want of a better word, it is much more of the richer societies, you know, echelons of society would have had some to show off their wealth. That's more of how it started than anything more practical. So yeah, it was never really designed to be practical. Which is one of the downsides to lace making, to be honest, is that if you do not need, you see, I could make bookmarks by reading a Kindle. I could make frills to go around the edge of stuff, but I wouldn't wear it. It makes it very difficult for me to find things to make. So the fact that there is not a huge amount of practical use for lace work makes it a bit of a daft hobby, really, in that sense for me. Now, Silver of Dragon, who I've mentioned a few times this stream, he's made a shawl using, obviously out of much thicker stuff, but he's made a shawl out of lace. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which I thought was a really good idea, because that's very much the thing. A few people have made scarves, not the keep you warm in the middle of winter scarves, obviously, because, well, it's not going to happen. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, but the kind of decorative kind of scarf. It is. Yeah, and oh, it is. Well, theirs is also far more practical as well. They also have some amazing weaving. They do have amazing weaving. Right, this is going to be fun. Yeah, they have some. They tell stories through their weaving, which I think is a great thing to do. No, wrong way around. That's right, the dog's opened the back door and now half the wildlife has come in. Which is kind of slightly normal around here, but it gets a bit annoying because, well, half the wildlife has come in, so. That's cool. See, one of the things that I find annoying, and despite the internet, is how there are so many things that can still be really hard to find information on. So the joins that I'm going to use for this are a join designed for a different style of lace, but when done with this one still kind of work. Well, sometimes it's also hard when you anglicise another nation's word to get something that does it fair justice. So I happen to know from Strangeness that a number of not Maori roads, yeah, an African tribe, a lot of their words have clicking and... Well, the join is namely the same join that they used to do for Chantilly lace, right? Which is very different to this and had a huge added advantage. I'm making a bobbly edge down this side, straight edge on this side, but a bobbly edge on this side. Now, with Chantilly lace, this bobble would have been a single string. Can't do that in this style of lace. It has to be a pair because everywhere goes a pair. In Bucks Point, Chantilly and Tonda, which is all the different names from various... Basically, they all invented the same thing. When I'm making this ground here, I take 4 and basically I take the 2 on this side and the 2 on this side and swap them over. When you do Chantilly and Tonda, you don't. You cross the middle 2, do number of twists, 1, 2, 3, and that's it. Well, it also means that because the only bobbins that matter are the 2 centre ones, if you have 3, you can cross and twist, and this one can go off around a pin and come back. And as a result of that, you can then have a single one that then you twist and join together, and it is 100% invisible. Can't do that with this because obviously you've already got 2 threads, so it'll become 3. And that's fine. But the join ends up, as we showed earlier, the join ends up looking like this, which is not ideal. It's not perfect. But it's very much in keeping with the pattern. So if I lift it up here, you can see that the holes maintain down and that realistically it's kind of invisible. It's as invisible as it's gonna get, I think. And this style of join is taught only in France, and there's a lovely lady who drives me completely insane, and as a result, just winds me up by her existence these days, because she's the kind of person who goes, oh, well, of course, I got sponsored to go around Europe on a trip, and I learnt all these things. Okay. And? Share? Tell us? Show us? No. You don't even get to see something she did with it. She just kind of comes on, flexes that she you know, almost like the spoilt rich kid with their car. Oh, I got to do all of these things. Okay, that's nice for you. But you didn't say where, you didn't say how. So I'm going to be doing, and it's called Ragnarok. Not Ragnarok, Ragnarok. And that's basically what it is that you start on, I really can't draw, I would draw it for you. But if you think of like loops like this, and then you've got the loops coming up to meet in the middle, you wind round this one, go over the top one, wind round this one, go through a hole in the bottom one, wind around this one, go over that, and then you do the same coming back the other way. So it's quite a strong join in that sense, because you've taken 2 threads and kind of, as you went down the hole. And this is what I'm going to be using to join my strips together. This doesn't feel right. I need to see why this doesn't feel right, because it's not somehow. You shouldn't be twisted. Let's undo this, because clearly I got distracted and somewhere this didn't work out. And then you come back. Right, let's start again. Everybody straight. Right. That's better. Sometimes you just end up redoing it and you swear you did exactly the same thing, but it now comes out looking right for some reason. So yes, and you know, I've had actually quite a bit of heat from the beginner lace group because I haven't done a video on how to do it. Well, it's because I'm still not absolutely confident in doing it myself. I've only done a handful of bits, and it's one of those things that sometimes when you try and brain through it, it doesn't make any sense anymore. But I did explain to them in words what I did, and you know, they're welcome. And I did kind of try and explain it, but it's not. It's kind of. It may be it works for me and doesn't really work for somebody else, but you know. Need you. Oh, see, it's one of those weird things, is that I almost don't understand why. I do understand liking the sound, though. Although I do definitely not have a voice for radio, that's for sure. I have a face for radio, but I don't have a voice for radio. Oops. Somebody's made an escape off the edge. Come on, out you come. Oh. Oh, I don't know. You haven't seen the face, really. But yes, it is 3 o'clock here, by the way. It's 3 o'clock in the morning for me. Um, so I very much understand the going to sleep. What I'm going to do is I'm going to finish this motif here in the middle, which will happen quite quickly, as you will soon see. Fair enough. It's not too bad for you. So what I'm going to do is I now worked out, take these four and work down this side. We do a quick in the middle and then we're doing the bottom bit and we'll be kind of done. So it won't take too long. And then I will give up for the day, I think. I'm terrible because I always want to sing along to these songs. We see. Well, we do occasionally branch into 70s and 90s, but 80s music was kind of a good time for good music. It's not that we don't like more modern music. Don't get me wrong, but this is quite easy to listen to music as well. Oddly enough, they never play my favourite track, but that's another story. See, as a Brit, it's really weird that you have different time zones because, of course, we're all one time zone. And I can drive from the very top of the UK to the bottom of the UK kind of in one day, give or take a bit. And, well, that's it. There's no more to go. And it will take a really long time, don't get me wrong. Considering the distance we would travel compared to you guys is mere inches. I mean, for me to get to London from here is generally 2 hours. I think it's about 10 hours from top to bottom of the UK. I mean, it took. Bear in mind, without outing where I exactly live, I live on the west side of the UK. So I live just outside Wales. I live in the British side, right? The English side of Wales. So I'm in England, I'm not in Wales, trying to clarify that. So I'm already on the west side of England. To get to the, from kind of up here where there's the bobble for Wales, and then there's like a leg, to get to the bottom down here is nearly 6 hours. It's close enough. I'm also dyslexic, so it's close enough. Actually, I was about to say, well, you pronounced it better because that's my text to speech. And just to clarify, Worcestershire. There you go. Right, I just thought I'd clarify that one for you all. It's just up the road from here. Worcestershire. Yeah, right. We all those extra letters? Yeah, we don't do them. Worcestershire. Oh, and Leicestershire. It's not Leicestershire. It's Leicestershire. Yeah. Shire becomes shire. Yeah. Don't ask. Well, as a dyslexic, my brain just kind of goes, error 404 not found. I would go with Couchy Buac. But that would probably be the most hideous translation in the history of the world. Couchy Buac. Yeah. Or Buac, I guess, could be. But it's not got an E in it. Gucci Buac. Oh, Quack. Okay, yeah, Quack I would have struggled with. If it had a Q in it, yeah, I'd have gone with Quack, right? But it's got a G in it. Yeah, Gucci. Yeah, I can kind of see Gucci. I can get that. Yeah, I can kind of go with that, even though it's got a K on it. But the Quack, no, not so much. But this is the thing. Many countries have. I mean, one thing that the one thing that I really struggle that we Brits do to the Germans is Köln, right? K-O with umlauts, L-N. We spell it as in Cologne. We add like 58 vowels to it and then we call it Cologne. No, not even close, dude. Not even close. It's got 4 letters for starters. So right, this is going to be the fun part. Because now, because of what I'm doing, I'm going to treat all of these as these pairs of bobbins as a bobbin. So you're going to have to work with me for a second on this one. And then this gets really complicated. So goes under, under, under. Wow. That doesn't feel right, but it is. Okay. And then you go under, over, under, over. we do it again. Over, under, over, under, under, over, under, over. This is not possibly the best way of doing this, but it's the way that works in my head. So, like a lot of things, if it works for me and I'm the one doing it, tough poo. This is what works for me. So, that's that sorted. Like that. Then we add a bit of twist because, well, you've used up all the twist that we had. Then we have to do the twisty bits. So we go 1, 2, and 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Right. Now we go back down the edge with these 4. Let me put these on first. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Right. And everyone's now got their twists, so I won't forget. Because it's awkward if you do. Not too long because you're getting annoying. this side. You go in there, I think. Yes, that's right. Sometimes when they get long, they get kind of a mind of their own, and then you lose track of where everything is. Two fuel columns in back and rotor out. Okay. This was a remake, this song, wasn't it? This isn't... Pretty sure someone else originally did this. That's the one. Couldn't think who did the original. But it's also got the hint of this would normally have been sung by a woman. Just because, you know, men don't normally take Mama Says, you know? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not in songs, anyway. Let's sort you out because you've got tangled now. Because we were talking the other day about songs where the remake was better, and I'm not saying that remake was better, but I'm kind of indifferent. It was all right. The only one of the few remakes that I preferred the remake over the original was Pet Shop Boys' Always on My Mind versus Dusty Springfield's original. You are near the bottom, aren't you? I'm just going to take these 2 pins out because I want to see how close to the bottom I am, because I need to start making the next sheet, don't I? Yeah, I need to start making the next sheet, really. Because there's a line, you can't quite see it. If I bring it up, you might be able to. There's a line at the bottom. That's my join line, so I can line them up. So I've got to stick holes in the next one. And part of the reason these pins are here is so that it holds the sheet down, but also so it doesn't spring up and get in the way, because, well, Murphy's Law applies. That's going to be me done for the day. Now, I have done quite a lot today, because when we started, we were actually, hang on, let me wiggle forward a bit more, we were back here somewhere. So I've done this chunk today, and it's only taken 4.5 hours. Yeah. But this is inch number 15, so it's quite close. I mean, we've done like 14.5 inches now, so yeah. Time to take the traditional photograph for the thumbnail, and let's see if we can't take a photo of that without screwing it up. Okay. Yeah, that works. Normally by the way, for those who are not crafters, which hopefully is very few of you, if you ever want to know if you made a mistake, take a photo to put out on the internet, and almost the moment you look at it, you'll go, mistake, 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 mistake. Bloody ads. So, I always hate to leave off in the middle of the ads though. Yay, you're back from the adverts. Hooray, hooray. So, for those of you who stuck around after the adverts, these were 2 bookmarks of experimentation. So this was me using the Bucks Point style. And as you can see, it's quite stretchy. And this was potentially so that I could do my neck curtain in this style. And it would have worked. But the problem is, once you've made the tiniest mistake, working out what you did, absolute nightmare. And I really didn't fancy getting 3/4 of the way down through a metre long strip and then screwing it up and having to start again. So, because we did try a little bit and we got a bit confused. So we tried to backpedal, and in backpedaling we got even more confused. So, hence we didn't do it. But it would have worked, in theory, because then I could have done the proper join. And so that's what it looks like. And if I hold it up close, the reason I lift the cloth up is so you've got a nice solid background to look at. As you can see, it makes this kind of strange join. This is what I'm making in essence, but with much bigger fat string. In fact, the same, not quite the stuff that I normally weave with, but crochet cotton. These are just experiments. Let me go quickly grab something. Hang on. So I have pots of things. That's pins, that doesn't count. But I have pots of smaller items I have already made. So in here, this pot, this is a random collection of things. So let me quickly show you some other things that I have made. So I've made some bookmarks. Bear in mind they're screwed up so they won't lie flat. So I've got some bookmarks. These are all basically the same idea, but with slight differences. So this one is just white cotton. This one's got silver in the diamonds. This one's got green in the diamonds, and this one's got gold in the diamonds. This one shows up a bit more, obviously, because you can see the gold. The silver doesn't really show up so well, on camera at least. So that's them. Then there was the original square. This was the square that I paid for, and that I decided to make deviation thereupon. So what is not apparent, probably for you right here right now, is if I move the tin briefly and lift it up, I can explain. If you look here, you'll see like 3 little marks that almost look like mistakes. They're not mistakes, but they look like mistakes, which is why I did not want them in my net curtain. I also didn't like how these spiders in here worked, and I didn't like the extra layer between these honeycombs. So, to be so honest, I didn't like quite a bit about that square. Here was me trying a triangle, because you make it out of triangles, with some variation. So I love the rose ground edge. I did the same kind of thing, and I did a solid middle-ish. Didn't entirely go with that either. Here was me trying kind of what was to become the actual triangle, but with a slightly different thread. So that was this one. What else do we have? Oh, we have my experiment strip, where I tried lots and lots of different weirdy things. So here was me trying lots of different stitch combinations and how they interacted with each other and whether I'd liked them or not. And yeah, that was a bit fun. Then there was the Square of Insanity. Now I need to explain this square because, well, it's very small. I really struggle with joining the squares because you join them in a corner, right? And I found that I am not very good at finishing things off. Not as in I can't finish them. It's more a case of it shows up too much. I don't like the quality of my finishes. And someone suggested to me an alternative finish. Now, as you may notice, this compared to, let me grab a square. So this is the actual square, right? As you can tell, it is a very small portion. It's the same scale, okay? So this is not a shrunk one. It is on the same scale, just I only made a square this big, right? If I tell you it took 4.5 hours to sew from there to there. The 2 words F and off can be arranged to make a sentence. I was not applying that to my big square because it would take as long as this video where I make this square and finish it. You actively see me lose my marbles on screen, okay? And then this was me having at a bit of it's kind of tape lace but kind of not, and I didn't like how they did it. And so if I was making it again, I wouldn't make it the same. And I need to point out it's really screwed up, so it doesn't lie down flat at the moment. It is a Celtic knot, but it twists because this is one of the things I don't like about it. There's not enough holding it together to make the structure. It's only got kind of a little V, but not even at the top of each of the 2 it. Plus, you don't make one bit of tape and go round and round and round. There's a whole load of starts, but what they... It is pretty, but what you do is you like start here, and work round this way till you get to here. Then you start here and work this bit round to here. Then you can finish this bit because it goes over the top. Then you take... You're constantly stopping and starting. This was a nightmare. Didn't take too long, but it was a nightmare. So I kind of went off that one. So that's that tin. Well, they need more links to hold everything so that it stays kind of where you expect it to be. Now, this tin has the pretties. Now, this is the first Bucks Point stroke Chantilly stroke Tonda that I made. Now, it's quite small. So, let me zoom in a bit for you. Because, right, and we'll go out a bit actually. So this is, I suck at picots, do not pay attention to the fact that the edge is looks a little bit moth-eaten. So this is very pretty. Bucks Point does do pretty, and when you see the next one, if you think that's pretty, this is going to look like poop in comparison. Okay, this was the next one. Which in my eyes, other than the fact that it's full of flowers, yeah, this is ultimately my favourite so far. There are a lot of swear words involved in this, but this is definitely one of my favourites. I also made it with a lot thinner thread. Same thread as that, actually. But, again, this is Bucks Point. And I really do like it. I absolutely do. And what isn't overly apparent is that you start with the thick thread we call gimp. Go with it. So the gimp thread, you start off with a pair and you go round. And it's actually the same pair that goes all the way down through the middle. And remember I said about Flanders and how it was a lot of work and a lot stronger. This was my Flanders thing. Now, ignore the munge here because, as I said, I'm really crap at joining, right? But, as you can see, the actual thread used is quite thin. But because you have 4 pairs joining everyone, it makes a much stronger lace. So if I do the old boomer kind of style zoom in, you'll see that it's actually not thick thread. It's just because there's so much of it being used. Now this stuff is quite thick and it's got a bit of weight to it. Now it does mean that when you do these cloth bits here, you get a really good thick cloth bit. Not going to deny that. But what you can't see that I know of is because you make a triangle. So let's say I was doing this triangle here. Actually, you'd have worked on this one. For some reason, they work round anti-clockwise. They work round clockwise, whereas everyone else goes on anti-clockwise. Because you normally would make this triangle, turn it, make a triangle. So you normally go round anti-clockwise. When you have a pair that come in, they don't just dangle down like everybody else. Oh no, no. See, normally in cloth stitch, you have a pair that go backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards. Just like weaving, you have one work pair that go, do the weft portion of it. Not in Flanders. Oh no, 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 no. That's far too simple. But the problem with the advantage of everybody else doing the backwards and forwards thing is you can put some tension on it. You can then pull on all these downward threads, get a bit of tension and make it all look neat and smart. Well, what happens with this is that the pair that comes in here, they do a bit of a dance to go through the gimp thread. They do a bit of a dance to join in with the ones that were already here. Then one of them goes to the other side and comes straight out. So if you pull on it, you're pulling on these, but it's not a straight line. So you can't pull on it because it makes it a funny angle. The other pair comes down, but it doesn't, because it kind of does a loop round. So it becomes, if it comes in here, yes, it goes down, but then it comes back out again later if you make the heart shape. So you end up with this bit where if you pull on it, it kind of pulls it out of shape. And it just seemed unnecessary. Everything about this took as much bobbins as my big squares. And if I zoom out, once again, this is exactly the same number of squares as bobbins as one of these squares. So unnecessary, absolutely unnecessary, and just drove me utterly insane. I'm glad I know how to do it. I'm glad I have the understanding. Should I ever desperately feel the need to, I know, work myself into a lunatic ward? But no, I don't have that need right now. I'm trying to stay out of them. So, I get it. Now, this is very hard wearing. If you notice, it doesn't stretch. These all stretch and are kind of stretchy. Everybody else stretches. This does not stretch. So again, for some things, this is ideal. But if you have clothing where movement, that's going to be hideous. It would just rip it apart, or the clothing, or your joints, or how you sewed it on. It would be really awkward. But if you were making a lace bonnet, it would be good because it would hold its shape. So these I like, these not so much. Hence we only did the one, and I'm glad it was small. Because it literally took an entire 20-inch pillow full of bobbins and a lot of marbles that I don't really have to complete. So with that in mind, not high on the list of repetition is that one. Bucks Point, absolutely, because it is very pretty. Again, it's not really for function. I mean, I kind of wanted to do my neck curtain in it, but my neck curtain, I just could see so many problems. As I said, I tried to do a bit and something went a bit out of sync somehow, and I couldn't quite see why, so I wound back a bit and wound back a bit more. It's a bit like when you've got lace knitting and you can't kind of block it all out to actually really see what's going on, and it's this almost shriveled, screwed up mess on your needles, and you try and undo it to think, right, well, okay, well, I obviously miscounted that because it was fine before here. So you go back and you try to continue on, and it just keeps being wrong. So you go back a bit further thinking, well, maybe I didn't actually do that right. So you go back a couple more rows and it's still wrong, and you're going, I was not wrong this far back. I know I was not, but now it can't almost go right, and you're just like, swearing was, I have a very strong sense of swearing. And much swearing was had. So I didn't want to commit to doing my neck curtain in it, although it would have meant the perfect join and it would have been very beautiful. No, my sanity is not strong enough to take that. After all, I'm currently off work with depression, so my sanity would not have survived that. I would definitely be having a hospital stay by now, I think. Whereas this stuff, because it's quite logical, quite practical, two go in, two go out kind of thing. The pin goes in the middle. It's much easier to do and keep marbles. I'm not saying there isn't swearing, because when you screwed it up and you've made a mistake and you've got to undo a big chunk of it, yeah, swearing happens. But again, it's quite logical to undo as well. So, I mean, it should be the reverse of what you did. And then you discover that that's probably why it's not working, because when you try and undo it, it's not. But you sometimes you look at it and you go, that doesn't look right. So you undo it and do it again. Well, that looks right now. And then you feel happy. You can do that with, whereas the others, it's a bit harder to undo and correct and feel confident thereupon. So, yeah. Anyway, it's been good to have you, and I appreciate all of you coming. I know some of you were thrust upon me by various raids that happened over the evening. But I do appreciate you all staying, for those of you who did. And I've had a quick look round, and I don't know who to give you to, because I do feel kind of obliged to give you to someone. So I'm going to make a bit of a guesstimation, and let's have a look. That's boring. That looks boring too. Well, it's not boring, but after watching something weird like this, I'm going to send you to someone who's just started her stream. So, and she hasn't got many viewers, so I'm sure she'll appreciate it. So let's send you to here.